Thank you very much. Thank you, got it, I'm good.
mask longer. Yes, it's Errol. That's okay.
Kevin, don't forget about me. You can't forget me.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask all members of the Finance Committee who are here to take their seats, please.
Hello, hello. Good.
Okay, everybody, we're going to start. Mr. Drucker, you want to lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Thank you. Finance Committee. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Ellen Birnbaum. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman Vincent Muscarella.
Here.
Thank you, Vinny. Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pulitzer. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call all of the items that I'm going to give any member of the public who has something to say about today's calendar. You'll have your 3 minutes, and then we'll deal with the items individually. Without objection, I believe that is the procedure that we've decided on. Okay? Okay. So, item 239, which is amending Title 24, relation to the extending the hotel and motel occupancy tax. All right, item 240, which is making determinations pursuant to SECRA. In terms of a declaration of need for financing of county purposes. Number 241 is adopting the budget, the county budget for 12-month 2021 fiscal year beginning January 1, 2021. 242 is an ordinance fixing tax rates for that same 12-month period. 243 is a resolution to adopt the multi-year financial plan. 244 is adopting the budget for the county legislature for 2021. 245 is a transfer of appropriations. 246 is supplemental to the police department. 247 is supplemental to human services. 248, 249 are both supplemental to human services. 250 is a transfer of appropriations. 251 is supplemental for the medical examiner. 252 is supplemental for the police department. 253 is supplemental for the Office of Housing. 254 is authorizing a grant agreement with Parks and Recreation and the Great Neck Center for Visual and Performing Arts. 255 is 255 and 256 are transfers of appropriations. 257 is supplemental for the police department. 258 is supplemental for parks. 260 is supplemental for the medical examiner. 261 is authorizing Agricultural Society of Queen's Nassau and Suffolk to use fairgrounds at Old Bethpage. 262 is supplemental with the Department of Health. 263 as well, the Department of Health. 264 is supplemental for housing and community development. 265 is supplemental for the police department. 266 transfer of appropriations. 267 supplemental for the Department of Health, and 268 is supplemental for Department of Probation. A motion on those items is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafazan. The items are all before us. Now, before we start, I have one slip, and that would be for Mr. Budnick. Mr. John Budnick, would you please favor us with your remarks?
Good afternoon. John Joseph Budnick, 122 Von Huenfeld Street, Massapequa Park. Mr. Alternate Chair, members of the legislature, I'm addressing a potential misapprehension that may be in the air here that was foisted upon the people of this county by Newsday last week, indicating that crime statistics were down. It is my understanding
Mr. Budnick,
that is
Mr. Budnick, sir, this is the Finance Committee. Do you have anything to tell us about? This is not the.
Yes.
This is not the full legislature where we're not
No.
commenting about anything.
I am urging each and every cent and dollar with regard to the probation department, with regard to the police department, supplemental appropriations, and the appropriations most appropriately in the county budget be approved, because the headline in last week's Newsday was wrong. Crime statistics in Nassau County are up. We need more and better crime fighting by the county. We should also be having the county police department reporting to the various communities what the community crimes are on, let's say, a quarterly or half-year basis. It is important that no one be under the illusion that that headline in Newsday was correct. And acting as a county legislator with reference to either our probation department, our police department, any of our other criminal justice agencies, they all need the maximum extent of largesse financially that this county legislature is able to do given the circumstances. That is why I believe the county should continue to make each and every appropriation to the police department, probation department, the correction department, and all the other law enforcement agencies of this county as much and as quickly as possible. Mr. Alternate Chair and members of the county legislature, thank you. I have asked that the county legislature start getting, at least for itself, community breakdowns of crime statistics so that you know where the need is. Thank you very much for your time and trouble, and thank you once again for putting up with me. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Budnick. Okay, number 239 is a local law extending the hotel and motel occupancy tax. Who's here to speak on that? Anyone?
Good afternoon. It's Chris Nolan from the Office of Management and Budget. This is to extend the law to collect the hotel motel occupancy tax through December 31st of 2023. It's a extension of a 3-year term.
Okay, is there any questions, debate, or discussion from legislators? Hearing none, all those in favor of 239, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. Now, the next several items relate to the budget. We're going to have a budget hearing tonight, so I propose that if there are no objections, we punt those over to the next session. We just tee them up. So I'm going to call number 240. 240, which was the NIFA financing, 241, budget ordinance, 242, 243, and 244. All right. Are we all agreed? Yes, okay, good. So all those in favor of those passing those items to the full legislature, will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? All right, those items are passed unanimously. Thank you. The next several items are budget transfers, and I'm going to call them together, and those would be numbers 245, 250, 255, 256, and 266. Okay. Now, the first one of those is the 245, which is the medical examiner. Do we have someone here from the medical examiner? Is anyone here? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tim Hahn, Medical Examiner's Office. This is a board transfer proposed to maximize funding for the Toxicology Lab's Paul Carbondale grant. It's used to support overtime to meet demands of the newly enacted New York State discovery law, in particular for DWI testing.
Any questions or discussion on that item? Okay, thank you. 250, Health Department. Anyone here in the Health Department?
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health. Item 250 is a board transfer. It's in the amount of $75,000. It's fully grant funded, so it would needed to maximize grant reimbursement and has no impact on the budget.
Any debate or discussion on that item? Okay, thank you. Number 255 is Board of Elections, transfer of appropriation.
Chris Nolan, OMB. This is a transfer from several different codes to address election expenses. With, of course, the COVID-19 precautions in place, there's an increase in costs of the expenses, but it's covered by the budget. There's no impact. It's
Okay.
also the legislature's.
Any questions, debate, or discussion? Okay, thank you. 256 would be Health, Public Works.
This is, again, this is part of our quarterly, we try to keep these as quarterly as much as possible, budget transfers. There are a number of departments impacted here, Health, Public Works, Housing, and the clerk. Again, this is all, with respect to the two larger ones, Public Works, which is an increase to the Long Island Railroad Station maintenance. This is just covering an obligation that we have. There was a shortfall based on a calculation of the CPI. There's ample funding for that coming again from DPW. And then for the county clerk, they're funding transfer to cover some additional costs for their Xerox contract.
All right, 266 is yours as well?
I don't have that in front of me.
That's Public Works.
266.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. 266 is a board transfer in the amount of $1.154 million. It's moving funds from the interest to the principal lines of the 2020 budget. There's no overall impact.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. So, all those in favor of the following items, that's 245, 250, 255, 256, and 266, please so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items are passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next batch will be 246, 247, 251, 252, 253. Well, let's go through them one at a time. Police Department, which would be 246.
Good afternoon, William Field from the Police Department. Item 246-20 is an appropriation of $200,000. These funds are to be from the Police Traffic Services Grant. They are designed to help us with funding to set aside for overtime incurred in relation to our Buckle Up Seatbelt Enforcement Initiative, as well as our aggressive driving enforcement campaigns.
All right, thanks. Don't go away. I've got a few of your items. Any questions on that item? All right, number 252.
252 is part of the Scene Be Seen Traffic Safety Grant. This is, once again, it's to appropriate $50,000 in funds from the New York State Governor Traffic Safety Committee. This is designed to provide funding for overtime to aid in the reduction of crashes, injuries, and deaths on roads in New York.
Okay, any questions? 257.
257 is an appropriation of $478,360 in funds from the Department of Health and Human Services. These funds are to offset overtime incurred by our Nassau County Police Department Emergency Ambulance Bureau during their response with COVID-19.
Any questions? 252, let's see, it's 265.
265-20 is an appropriation of $50,000 from the 2020 Operation Gateway contract. This is received from New York State Office of Homeland Security. These funds are used to staff and related to overtime costs in enforcing applicable statutes on Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Labor Day weekends.
Any questions? Okay. All those in favor of 246, 252, 257, and 265, please so signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Those items are all unanimous. Next would be Human Services.
Hi, Brian Hall from Human Services.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with 247, please.
Okay, 247 is stimulus funds from the federal government pass-throughing the Office of the Aging in New York State. It's for $654,000 for senior support.
All right. Any questions? 248.
248 is also stimulus money. It is pass-through, $409,000. All this money is 100%, and this is more funds for the senior programs.
Okay. And 249, please.
249 is, again, another stimulus program. It's for $2,332,000. This is also federal pass-through, New York State, 100%. And this one is geared more towards the meals, the home on meals, Meals on Wheels, sorry.
Got it. Any questions? Any debate or discussion? All those in favor of those items being 248, 249, 247, 248, and 249, please so signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next would be the medical examiner, and that would be item 251.
Tim Hahn, Medical Examiner's Office. Item 251 is a supplemental appropriation related to the 2020-21 New York State Highway Traffic Safety Grant in the amount of $35,000. It's used to support the effectiveness and accuracy of testing for DWI and drug-impaired driving. It's used to purchase supplies and support overtime work.
Any questions here? Okay.
I have another one, 260.
And you've got 264, right?
260.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, 260. Go on, please.
Item 260 is a supplemental appropriation. It's the Aid to Crime Laboratories grant from New York State Department of Criminal Justice Services in the amount of $108,000. It's used to support the lab's New York State forensic accreditation and support the effectiveness in testing of post-mortem cases at the medical examiner's office.
Any questions? Okay, those items are 253 and it was 251 and 260. All those in favor of those two items, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, housing and community development. That would be, anyone here from housing and community development? All right, we'll start with 253.
253 and 264. Oh, I could take this. Can I? 253. These funds are...
Did you state your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Kenita Pettis, Director of Housing.
And Zoila Rezavala, Finance.
Housing.
Go on, please.
Yes. 253. The amount of $163,333. These funds are funded by New York State, grant funded, for a limited time, which expires on 12/31/20. And this is under the CARES Act. These funds will be used to digitize all our files. We have over 3,500 files. And I think we're the only local administrator under New York State that our files are not scanned into the system.
How long will the project take?
Excuse me?
How long will this project take?
Hopefully it will be finished by 12/31 because we have to spend the money and have the services completed by 12/31/20.
Do you have a vendor yet?
Yes, that's already vetted through the county.
And, I'm sorry?
There's a vendor that's already used in the county.
And is there a new contract for that vendor?
We're working on that now, waiting for this to be approved.
Well, if you want to get that done, don't take too long.
Because they're going to take the money back.
That's right. Okay. Any questions? All right, 264.
Yes. This is also under the CARES Act, $425,724. These funds, also funded by New York State, will be used for security deposits to assist Section 8 applicants that's already on the county program who will have to move during the COVID, and the money will be paid directly from Nassau County to the landlords. And this program has already started because we've already paid about 7 landlords already because the money was fronted and we have to spend the money by 12/31.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of these two items being 253 and 264, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Parks. So that would be number 258.
Yes, there's also 254. I don't know if you want me to go in order.
Well, 254 is a hotel motel grant, right?
Yep.
Okay, we'll do them both. Go on, please.
Okay. So Victoria Queso from the Department of Parks, 250.
Why don't you? Yeah, I think we're okay.
254 is a hotel motel tax grant for up to $10,000 for the Great Neck Center for the Visual and Performing Arts.
All right. Any questions about that item? All right. And the other one, which was 258.
So 258 is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $1,100,000 to the Mitchell Park maintenance account. As per the U.S. Department of the Interior, all fees collected at Mitchell Field have to go back into Mitchell Field, so that is that. We might be curious. We accounted for the effect of COVID. Typically, we appropriate about $1.7 million. So $1.1 million we think is reasonable, and our year-to-date is at about $800,000.
Okay, any questions on that item? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Ask up.
There's also one
Go,
more.
you're done. What?
There's one more. 261?
Oh. 250, I'm sorry, which one?
261?
261. Okay, sure, go ahead, please.
So this is a correction of an original resolution that was passed back in February. It was to give occupancy to the Agricultural Society, to OBVR. The original resolution stated that they would have occupancy from 2026 to 2030, but it was actually supposed to say 2021 through 2030. So this is correcting that so that we can get the grant funding in time to utilize it.
Okay, any questions? All those in favor of those items? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those items, thank you. Health. Who's here for health? All right, so 262.
Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health, 262. It's a supplemental appropriation. It's for $131,946. It's for our immunization action plan. It's a supplemental flu program funded through New York State Department of Health. This will allow us to buy supplies such as biological refrigerators, laptops, PCs to support our vaccination efforts.
Good. Any questions on that item? All right, 263.
263, it's a supplemental appropriation for the Beachwater Quality Monitoring and Notification Program. It's for $55,355. This allows us to do beach water sampling during the summer through Labor Day. It's funded through New York State Department of Health.
So this was for which season? Last season?
I think this one's for next season. Let me just look at the date. This is 10/1/20 to 9/30/21, so next season.
Got it. Any questions? All right, and 267.
Item 267 is a supplemental appropriation. It's for $118,150. $144. This is for the Children with Special Health Care Needs program. It's funded through New York State Department of Health, and it assists families of children up to age 21 who have a special medical diagnosis.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? All those in favor of these three items? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. The last item on the regular calendar would be number 268, and that's probation.
Good afternoon, members. Douglas Landsman, Nassau Probation. The item before you, number 26820, we are requesting a grant appropriation for our STIP Peer Diversion Program, Center for Court Innovation Award through New York State OCFS. This is a one-year grant totaling $97,169, and it covers the period October 19 through September 20. This grant is retroactive due to receiving late raise the age approval from the state in March, and then having the vendor disclosure forms delayed and completed incorrectly. So while this was all going on, the contract package became stale while waiting for the disclosure forms, and ultimately it needed to be redone. As far as the program, Nassau County Peer Diversion Court is an educational diversion program for young offenders. Peer Diversion Court works to help teenage defendants avoid the legal and collateral consequences associated with criminal prosecution and receive the assistance they need to pursue law-abiding productive futures. This effort requires an on-site coordination staff to ensure that appropriate defendants are identified, referred to effective services, and monitored appropriately. We see approximately 100 cases per year.
Do we have any questions on those, on that item? Anyone? All right. All those in favor of that item, being number 268, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That concludes the regular calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I respectfully inquire about an addendum item, number 288?
We're going to get to the addendum. We're going to get to the addendum in just a moment.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir.
So just stick around. All right. We have a number of items on the addendum, and I need a motion to suspend the rules. Mr. McKevitt makes such a motion, and Ms. Birnbaum seconds the motion. All those in favor of suspending the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The rules are suspended. Let's start out with, what was your item there? Probation?
Yes, sir. It was item number 28820.
All right. Why don't you just take that out of order? Go ahead, please. Number 28820.
Okay, thank you.
Well, wait, you know what? Just hold on for a moment because we haven't called the items yet. I'm just going to call them in bulk, and then we'll consider them one by one. So just hang out for a moment, please. All right. Number 269 is supplemental agreement for federal aid with respect to Department of Transportation. 270 is a grant agreement with Parks and Recreation and Franklin Square Historical. 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 288, 289, 290, 291, and 292 are all supplemental appropriations. Motion on those items is made by Mr. Lafazan and seconded by Mr. Muscarella. All right, why don't you go ahead now with your 288, you said?
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's item 288-20 for probation. We're requesting supplemental appropriation for our annual GIVE grant that is now in its 17th year of operation. This is previously known as Operation Impact. This is the same GIVE grant that the police and DA also participate in. The amount of the grant is $192,084. There is no match, and it covers the 12-month period, July of 2020 through June of 2021. It should be noted that this is the same amount as received last year due to statewide budgetary restrictions. The GIVE initiative builds upon the information sharing and partnerships developed under Operation Impact while expanding the use of crime analysis, evidence-based practices, and community partnerships to assist in the reduction of firearm-related homicides and shootings.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor of item number 288 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. 269 is a grant agreement, and that's transportation. Who do we have?
Ken Arnold, Public Works. 269-20 is a supplemental agreement with New York State DOT for the department's traffic management system Phase 2 operations contract. This will increase our reimbursement by $1.6 million.
For what? For what? I'm sorry.
We operate a 24/7 traffic management system, and this is our operations group. We get reimbursed from New York State DOT 80% for that operation.
Okay. Any questions on that item? All right. Any other items that you have, Ken, on the...
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of that item, number 269, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That's unanimous. Number 270 is a hotel motel grant for the Franklin Square Historical Society.
Victoria Queso, Department of Parks. This is a hotel motel tax grant for the Franklin Square Historical Society in the amount of up to $10,225.
Any questions? Okay, all those in favor of that item, number 270, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item's unanimous. Thank you. All right, a bunch of budget transfers. Number 271, start with that.
Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health. 271 is a board transfer in the amount of $3,978. It's grant funded, so it has no impact on the budget. It's to maximize reimbursement.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, do you have any others?
I do.
Go on, please. Which one?
274-20 is a board transfer in the amount of $1,569. This is also grant funded to maximize grant reimbursement and no impact on the budget.
All right, any questions on that? All right, okay. Anything else?
Yes. Item 275-20 is also a board transfer. It's in the amount of $16,123. This is also grant funded through New York State Department of Health and is to maximize grant reimbursement.
Any questions? Okay. Is that it?
No.
Oh, keep on going.
276-20 is a board transfer in the amount of $47,704. This is 100% grant funded and is necessary to maximize grant reimbursement.
Any questions? Okay.
One more.
One more.
292-20 is a board transfer. It's in the amount of $3,838. This is also funded through New York State Department of Health and is necessary to maximize grant reimbursement.
Any questions on that one? Okay, so then we're dealing with number 270. You're finished, right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Thank you.
numbers 271, 274, 275, 276, and 292, I think was yours? All right. All those in favor of those items, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Thank you. Now, let's see what we have to here. 272. OMB.
Tim Hahn, Medical Examiner's Office. 272 is a board transfer in the amount of $20,000. It's being proposed to maximize grant funding to update autopsy equipment.
Any questions on that? Any others?
I got 273 is another board transfer in the amount of $2,232. Once again, it's used to maximize grant funding to update the autopsy equipment.
Any questions? Go on. That's it? Okay. All those in favor of items 272 and 273 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. 277.
Good afternoon, William Field, Deputy Inspector from the Police Department. Item 277-20 is to, as a board transfer to move $300,000 from salary and wages to our general expenses line. This transfer has no impact on the overall budget, as it's just a transfer from within the fund.
Any questions on that? All right, do you have any more?
Yes, sir.
Go on, please.
278-20 is a board transfer. This is from salary and wages to the equipment line. It's $800,000. It's once again will have no impact on the overall budget, as it just represents a transfer of existing funds from the same department.
Any questions? Any debate? Okay. Go on.
Item 279-20 is a board transfer from salary and wages to general expenses in the amount of $300,000. And this will have no impact on the overall budget, as it is existing funds from the same fund.
Okay. Any questions on that? You have any more?
Yes, sir.
Keep going.
280-20 is a board transfer from $200,000 from salary and wages to the equipment line. And this will have no impact on the overall budget, as it just represents a transfer within the fund.
Questions? Debate? Okay.
Item 281-20 is a board transfer of $500,000 from salary and wages to the equipment line. And this will have no impact on the overall budget, as it is from existing funds.
All right. 290 is yours?
290-20 is an appropriation of $2.6 million in funds received from the New York State District Attorney federal and state forfeiture funds. The funds will be used to offset overtime costs related to the implementation of new crime strategies, as well as have a main focus on purchasing gym equipment, security cameras, and tactical warehouse flooring for the police department's new police academy.
And any questions on that item? 291?
291-20. This is an appropriation of $465,379. It's from the Office of Homeland Security. It is part of the State Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program grant. These funds are designed to provide law enforcement agencies with resources to purchase and supplement their capabilities in disrupting and preventing acts of terrorism. $180,903 will be set aside for police training. $49,097 will be set aside for related fringe benefits, and $235,379 will be used for equipment purchases in preventing terrorism.
Okay. Any questions on that item? All those in favor of 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 290, and 291, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Thank you. And I believe we have one item left, and that would be 289, which would be Human Services.
Hi, Brian Hall from Human Services. This is a grant from New York State, 100% reimbursable. It's called Unmet Needs, and we can use it any way we need for the senior programs.
Okay. Any questions on that item? Any debate? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of this item, 289, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Drucker moves to adjourn. Mr. McKevitt seconds it. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Let's call the Rules Committee to order. Let's see. Mike, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Roll call, Rules Committee. Legislator Sela Bino. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Witten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. We did the pledge before. I wanted to, if we we could have a moment of silence for Denise Ford's sister, who was laid to rest today. That's Loretta Dowd. So please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. We're doing things a little bit backwards today, so ordinarily we go into the contracts, but in order to free up anyone who's here, who's already answered the calendar on the Finance Committee, in terms of the general committee items, we're going to do the consent calendar. Thank you. The consent calendar for the Rules Committee first. These are all items that just went through Finance and were moved along by that committee. After that, there'll only be several rules-only items. So I'm going to call them all at once. 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, skip 259. So 258 goes to 260, 261, 262, 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, 268. That's it for the items, except we have an addendum. We need a motion to suspend the rules, moved by Legislator Reggie Whitten, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, rules are suspended. So to continue with the items that are being called on the consent calendar, 269, 270, 271, 272, 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 288, 289, 290, 291, and 292. Those are all the consent items. Just went through the Finance Committee. Is there any further debate or discussion at this time? Okay, thank you. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any further debate or discussion at this time? Or any public comments? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carry. They all carry unanimously. Okay, we will move to us. Before we go to the contracts, why don't we do the last Rules Committee items? That part of the calendar will be done. Item 259 of 2020 is a resolution to accept an a gift offered by the Nassau County Police Department Foundation to the Nassau County Police Department. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Reggie Whitten. And do you want to speak on the donation?
Good afternoon, William Field from the Police Department. Item 259-20 is the donation of a kitchen sink and countertop to the Nassau County Police Department's 6th Precinct from the Nassau County Police Department's Foundation. It'll assist the officers and other staff to be able to have a safe, sanitary place to have a meal, prepare food, and clean items.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We have one item on the addendum, a rules-only item, which is 294, 2020, a resolution to ceremonially designate a portion of the county road known as Covert Avenue from the intersection of 1st Avenue to the intersection of 5th Avenue to be known as Mark Farina Way, and directing the Department of Public Works to install conspicuous signage along said roadway. I'll make that motion. Legislator Rhodes will second it. And this is legislature working with the administration to accomplish this. And Mark Farina was a longtime resident of the village, was an employee of the village, was an ex-captain of the New Hyde Park Fire Department who unfortunately lost his life several months ago. So, any debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay. This just in. All right, this is the second part of the rules addendum. This is the last rules-only item before we get to the contracts. I know the Mayor of Bayville is here, so I wanted to get this done as early as possible. 293 of 2020 is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive to accept on behalf of the county and offer a purchase from the village of Upper Brookville, of certain premises located in the village, and authorizing the county executive to execute a deed, contract of sale, and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to consummate the sale. Moved by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel.
Craig Pavel, County Attorney's Office. This is the sale of about 1/5 of an acre at the dead-end terminus of Lawn Lane to the village of Upper Brookville. The property is currently used as a roadway turnaround and will continue in that effect. Mayor Conway is here to speak.
Afternoon, Mayor.
Thank you for your time. This is a section that was created by a developer back in the 80s. He defaulted on payment of taxes. Nassau County foreclosed, and the village has been maintaining it ever since, snow plowing, fixing the roads, and so forth. It was offered by Nassau County in 1991 as a gift to the village. We accepted. It's in our minutes, and somebody dropped the ball. So here we are today. It's the source of considerable antagonism between the neighbors. Each one is trying to get it, and so we think moving it to the village list as a village road would be appropriate.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Any debated discussion? Legislative Rhodes?
Just one quick question, actually, for Deputy County Attorney. OSPAC, I'm assuming, had no issue with this?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further debated discussion? Any public comment? All right, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Mayor. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. All right, we're going to move to the contracts portion of the Rules Committee. Before I go through the entire list, there is one contract in which one of our members is going to have to recuse herself, so I'm going to call that first. And that would be Legislator Schaefer, who will be, I guess, signing off.
Signing off.
Not participating in any debate or discussion or vote with respect to this contract. It is contract E-126 of 2020, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a personal services agreement with between the county and Smith Valuation Services, Inc. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. That contract is before us.
Good afternoon, Deputy Assessor Robert Miles. This is a services contract for modeling support and modeling consultation. We've submitted this contract before in the past. We are resubmitting it, especially in light of COVID. We believe a contract like this would be very, very beneficial, considering the effects COVID has had on our residential and commercial markets.
Okay. In your description of the contract, you didn't mention training. I thought my understanding
Yes,
has been that
there
this
is training. There's model support and model training.
And this is, will this be used for the upcoming role that will be set forth by the assessor on, I guess, November 1st?
Yes, we'll be using this for the 2022 and 2023 role, and we also plan on using their expertise moving forward, because although the role deadline ends January 2nd, we don't know when this pandemic is going to end and what the effects are on the market. So having a contract like this will be very beneficial in analyzing the effects of COVID.
Okay, now it's October 5th. The roll is due out in several weeks. Is there sufficient time for?
Oh, you're talking about the tax warrants?
No, I mean, doesn't the assessor have to establish the role or some variation of the role by November 1st for 2022-23?
No, not this role.
Oh, this is for the role that comes out next year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. With respect to last year's role, My understanding is that basically a flat percentage increase was determined and then applied across school districts. Is that accurate?
The 21-22 roll?
Yes.
There was a trending, yes.
Okay.
Each school district received a percentage trend based on the reactions of the market.
Does the department need standard evaluation services in order to move beyond that type of method? In other words, doing a more comprehensive update of property values?
It's tough to give you an answer like that because the situation is ebbing and flowing. We really need this contract for analyses moving forward. How we are assessing is governed by what happens with this pandemic.
Okay, when you say analysis going forward, could you just tell me a little bit what that means? I mean, it's just a general
Right, the valuation analyses, deciding how to assess neighborhoods isn't, a very basic analysis. It's very complex. Certain neighborhoods and certain demographics might have benefited from greater home prices, while others may have flattened or maybe dropped. So, it really depends on what happens going forward, and that's why having a contract like this for 2 years is very important. When Sandy occurred, the effects weren't just felt year one. It clearly had an effect for multiple years. So having individuals like this with their expertise is very important. So it really is governed by what happens going forward with this pandemic. The market may, continue on an upward trend for the residential, and we may have a vaccine in January. We may have a vaccine much later than that, and, maybe things flatten out. The commercial is also, a concern. So it really depends on how this all plays out.
Okay, Legislator Ford. Legislator Rhodes.
Thanks, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just a couple of questions, Mr. Miles.
Sure.
This is a contract that was before us last year.
Correct.
Correct, originally. And
yes.
We declined to pass that contract.
Correct.
The rationale behind the declination of deciding not to pass the contract, in part, was the fact that when these companies were initially hired, they were initially hired with the understanding that they would create the system and that they would participate in training of employees for the system so that we wouldn't need to use them going forward. Correct?
We are using them for training as well, yes.
Right, but the point here is that when we passed the initial contracts 2 years ago, the training was supposed to take place 2 years ago.
It's ongoing.
So that it would be used.
We continue to train, and these contracts will be very important. I'm speaking because these were submitted together, the Haberman and the SVS contracts.
But these were not inexpensive contracts, and when the county executive asked us to approve these contracts 2 years ago so that we would be able to move ahead with the reassessment, it was with the understanding that after this year we would be able to stand on our own.
I think these contracts are reasonable in price. It's a maximum of $750 over 2 years, but they are requirements, so it doesn't necessarily mean that you reach that $750 threshold. It's all dependent upon need, and we have already formed a committee, if these contracts pass, to govern how we'll best use them. These vendors will have to submit to us in advance what their plan is, what their hourly is going to be. So the maximum is $750. There's no.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the answer, but I think you're missing my overall point, which was that when we approved these contracts 2 years ago, that was supposed to be the end. In other words, they would create the model, they would train our employees on the model, and then we would be able to pick it up and do it on our own from there. My question is, it's now 2 years later. We're talking about hiring these two companies, and I know there's only one before us at the moment, but hiring these two companies to do exactly the same thing that they were supposed to do 2 years ago.
Well, remember, we are largely doing that on our own because we did create our own assessments for the 21-22. I think the important distinction you have here is a worldwide pandemic, and having just extra expertise on our side, I think, is vital, considering everything that's going on.
But you've hired additional personnel, correct?
We haven't hired additional personnel, but
And
it is also great. It is also an intelligent idea to have additional outside experts to tell us what they're seeing as well on the market. And I know that we keep on not conflating, but we're talking about two contracts. When you're talking about the commercial end, our ASIEs run for the year before. So we need additional help from our experts to pull what our vacancy rates are, how the commercial retail aspect is going. So I think the combination of these two and the training they'll provide will definitely be beneficial. I understand what you're saying in terms of hiring them in the past, but we are creating and developing our own models, and we're going to do that moving forward. But it is extraordinarily crucial to make sure that we analyze these effects using this outside expertise. And these are the experts that are like renowned on Nassau County.
But why aren't our assessment people that we have in-house experts on Nassau County,
They
considering that's the only thing that they have to do?
They absolutely are. They are absolutely experts, and we continue to see our staff thrive. We have individuals who are becoming internationally certified and state certified. And we're very proud of that fact, and we continue to move forward. But it is beneficial to have another set of eyes look at what's going on in a pandemic. This is not a regular year, legislator. It is an extraordinary time.
Well, then what was the excuse for last year when the contracts were brought before us?
I thought it was necessary then. It's more necessary now. We continue to want to just fine-tune. Yes.
Go ahead.
No, we continue to want to fine-tune the assessment role and the assessment process. We're professionalizing the office. These two vendors will be providing training and will continue to help professionalize an office that, I know this is something I've said before and I continue to repeat, a decimated office. And we're really proud of the individuals who've come in and have taken assessment by storm.
So am I correct in assuming that there was no modeling that was done last year then, if we did everything by school district?
We trended the model from the 2021 tax year.
And our own employees were able to do that?
Absolutely.
And since last year, we have hired additional employees?
Yes, we have.
So the reason that you're saying that we need to bring in an outside contractor again this year is because of COVID and that it's significantly more complicated than it was?
It will be. It is definitely more complicated. This is going to have long-standing effects that you or I cannot predict. We can only try to forecast.
But can you explain to me why it is that the existing assessment staff that we have isn't capable of doing that?
They are capable of trending the role. But like I said, this is a very complicated situation, and having an additional set of experts on our side is very beneficial because, you know, we are inspecting houses. They are going and doing additional appraisals. And so I don't think you can never have enough individuals on your team going and seeing houses for themselves and determining what is happening in the marketplace.
And with respect to, and a portion of this contract is for instruction.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
A portion of this contract is for instruction
Correct.
of our employees as
Correct.
well. Why are we not doing our own instruction of our own employees?
We are, and we will continue.
So then what's the purpose of that portion of this contract?
We have statisticians that we hired when Mr. Moog came in, the assessor. And those individuals are making great progress. But we want to continue. We want to develop our own models ourselves. We are going to create our own comparable market analyses for defense. We're creating our own models for residential, and we're toying with the idea of creating models for the commercial field, which is also a very complex task because of the determination of valuation for a commercial is different than that of residential. So we are moving in a very, very good direction, but it's being a statistician generally is a great trait, but being a statistician and knowing appraisal is something that is important. So continuing to train them from the field aspect, from the assessment aspect, and continuing to fine-tune their statistician modeling training is something that will help us be self-sufficient moving forward, and that has been a goal since Mr. Moog came in, and I can attest to the fact, because those individuals are underneath me and I supervise them, that they're making great progress.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, but my concern is that we are in the same place, essentially, that we were 2 years ago, relying on outside help and expertise to train our own employees and in part to perform some of the functions that they should be performing on their own. The bill of goods that was sold to us 2 years ago when we approved these two contracts initially, extended the two contracts initially, was that when we reached this point, we wouldn't need Haberman and SBS, that our own employees would be able to handle this on our own. And my concern moving forward is that next year, is the Department of Assessment going to be back asking for an extension of these two contracts? In 2023, are they going to be back asking for an extension of these contracts? At what point in time are we going to stand on our own feet, be responsible for our own assessment, and put out our own role without outside help at the expense of county taxpayers?
I understand your concern, but we did create our own assessments last year. We're moving forward, and we'll continue, and I believe we'll be developing our own models when the next time we do a full reassessment. And these individuals are continuing to learn. It's not a set process. We have to gauge how they evolve into not just statistician, but statistician appraisers and modelers. And I understand what you're saying, but someone who's on the ground and watching these individuals grow, we are getting close. We're not entirely there, but we're getting close, and our modelers are going to be very impressive when we're done with this training and when we are assessing moving forward.
Looking at the 2021 roll and now the 21-22 roll that will be coming out,
yes,
is a portion of the need for SVS and Haberman a reflection of the fact that we're not confident in the accuracy of our rolls?
The 21-22 roll was published. That already came out.
Okay. Is it a reflection of the lack of confidence that we have in our ability to produce our own roll going forward?
No. Absolutely not. The assessor and I testified to how great our coefficient of dispersion was. I don't know how long ago, but we did. So we're confident our assessments are accurate. And they'll continue to be accurate, and we'll continue to work on making the assessments even more accurate until we are where we can be. But you know the numbers. We're considered one of the best in the region, the best in the state. So we're just going to continue to fine-tune it. Just because we're as great as we are doesn't mean we can't get better.
Well, with all respect, and I don't mean to belabor the point because now we're getting off the contract a little bit, we don't know how accurate the roll is for 2021, correct? We're still going through the SCAR process?
We are going through the SCAR process partially because everything was being told several months, so we are still gauging the results of SCAR, yes.
And right now in the SCAR process, is it not a fact that everyone that has filed a SCAR petition is being offered a settlement?
A settlement does include a zero offer or a non-offer, and that can be accepted.
And what's the percentage of acceptance rate of a zero offer?
A high percentage.
So people are simply walking away from the SCAR process?
You would have to talk to their representatives. I am not at liberty to discuss what they are talking or they're discussing with their representatives. It's up to the representative to decide if there is a case.
But you can tell me statistically, I'm sure, at this point, what is the county success rate with respect to SCAR petitions?
I don't have those numbers in front of me at this point.
Is that something that the Department of Assessment can produce and share with us?
Yes. Thank you.
I have no other questions. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just listening to the testimony, in terms of the training, I have heard that from from leaders of CSCA that training would be beneficial to the employees of the department. I understand your point about the pandemic and the drastic changes that are going on within the residential, which
Yes.
is what this contract relates to.
And commercial legislator.
And commercial, right, but we're doing residential with this,
Right.
respect to this contract.
Right.
I do believe that, I think that the model of what you followed last year in terms of applying a uniform percentage across school districts is not a good one, and it bakes in potentially inaccurate values, because you could have vast changes differences within the school district in terms of neighborhoods, in terms of what the characteristics of a home. So I believe that additional assistance is needed by the Department of Assessment to get away from that type of annual reassessment. I think that by definition will result in a inaccurate value. So I think, as you said, based on the pandemic and the need for training, I think at this time this might be a contract we want to move forward. And as Legislator Rhodes said, I think it's, we want to see the department on its own feet to do it without experts going, at some point in the very near future. Does anyone else have anything to say on this? Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What percentage of the contract would you attribute to training versus the data work?
Depends on the need for the data work. You're talking about the field work, or?
Correct.
Well, this is more model support. The Haberman contract is more field work.
Are there costs identified for the training?
Yes, there are. We know what training we want our individuals to go through. We want all of our individuals to go through New York State certification. I believe there's only one other office that requires that, and that's New York City. So we know what courses we want them to take. We are working with, we're switching back and forth with contracts. The Haberman contract will work especially well for the field staff, the individuals who go out and do the inspections and collect the data and the permits. We've identified the courses that will help our individuals become certified, and the ultimate goal is to have the entire staff become certified state assessors.
Okay. And the amount of money you identified for that training component is what?
I'd have to check the numbers again, because we are trying to gauge how many individuals we can squeeze into the training. So the more we get in there, obviously the trainings can be more expensive. It'll depend on how much money we need for field work. I'm hoping to keep that cost low because I want as many individuals as possible to get through that training. So I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Difficult to gauge just because of everything that's going on, honestly.
Understood. Then I had a concern because right now you're encumbering what, $250,000 on this contract and $250,000 on the next item that we'll discuss.
That's the predicted, forecasted encumbrance. It really does depend on how much work we get done towards the end of this budget year and moving forward. And like I said, the situation ebbs and flows based on how this pandemic goes.
Okay, because my concern is that when we look at your budget for next year, if you encumbered the $250 for each contract now, you wouldn't have enough for next year's portion of the contract. You budgeted $800,000 for budget for contracts in next year's budget, and these two items alone would bring you to $1 million. So if you were to attempt to encumber them next year. So
I also believe this is eligible for CARES funding, so that also plays into how we encumber the money.
We believe that because the values...
I've been told it's eligible for CARES funding.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
How budget uses that money, I'm not aware, but I've been told it is eligible for CARES funding.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? Legislator DeRicci-Whitten.
Hi. Can you just explain, you're talking about residential homes being affected by COVID?
I've been kind of playing back and forth between residential and commercial because these contracts are related in my mind in a way of analyzing the totality of the impact of assessment. But yes, I imagine that a large portion of the SVS contract will be used, and I don't mean money, but I mean in terms of services, will be used to determine what the analysis is and the impact is on the residential class.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can understand it for commercial maybe more than residential.
That may be the case. This is a requirements contract, so and going back to Legislator Bino's question, the SVS contract may be geared more towards the training aspect than it is for the modeling support aspect. But it is important for us to have both of those aspects available at our disposal.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, carries by a vote of 6-0. 6-0.
Thank you.
We'll call you back up in a couple of minutes
Okay,
on
sounds good.
Haber.
Thank you.
So would someone contact Legislator Schaefer and let her know that she can log back on? And before we continue, I just wanted to ask the IG, Ms. Franzese, who's here, to come up. This is because a number of the contracts have comments from the Inspector General's office regarding pending results, preliminary screening, and other things. I just want to make sure, just in general, we can go through these, I can call you up for each contract and go through it, but just in general, what are we supposed to do when it says pending results?
We gave you that information because we're not quite complete with our review.
Okay.
At this point, obviously, everything is completely up to the legislature, but we're not finished and we're not able to give you a full picture yet.
Okay. All right, so has anything changed since you issued those memos toward the end of last week? Has any of these?
No, everything is exactly the same.
All right, so this is going to be a very much shorter calendar. So, and if we need to, we can always schedule a Rules Committee in 2 weeks.
Yes, and I assure you that anything that we mention that we're still reviewing and we put in a form to the legislature, obviously that goes to the top of the pile and we prioritize that to get that done as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here's the issue we have. I mean, the bulk of the rest of this calendar has responses from the comments from the Inspector General that either indicate that results are pending, forms are missing, the screening is not completed. So those items, what I'm going to do with them, just in case, with respect to some of the contracts, if we don't call them within 45 days, they can technically become binding based on our inaction. So I'm going to call all of these items, and we're going to wind up tabling all of them, which is going to make this a little confusing. And then we'll have to take them up once the Inspector General clarifies the circumstances. Okay. We will start with item A13 of 2020. It's a resolution authorizing the Commission of Shared Services to award and execute a blanket purchase order between the county and HVAC, Inc. Now we'll go to, next one is A58, a resolution authorizing the Commission of Shared Services to award and execute a blanket purchase order between the County of Nassau and National Waste Services, LLC. Yes.
Sorry. I think we are. A13, 2020. Let me just get to it. Mr. Presiding Officer, I believe. Yes. Okay, thank you. We are here for the same thing. A1320, that's HVAC, sir.
Yeah.
There was a form missing, and the department submitted the form.
Okay.
We've reviewed it, and it's a perfectly sufficient form.
All right, so what I'm going to do then is call all the contracts I had planned to do, and then we'll go through each one, and then I guess you'll have to come up and tell us whether or not it's been clarified.
I'll be right there.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to withdraw those, the two items that I mentioned and go through the balance of the rest of the contracts. A5, A13, A58 of 2020. They are resolutions authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to award and execute blanket purchase orders between the county and Choice Distribution, Inc., HVAC, Inc., National Waste Services, LLC. B26, B27, B29, B30, B32, and B33. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to award and execute contracts between the County of Nassau and H&L Contracting, RJ Industries, Safety Markings, Inc., and Gemstar Construction Corp. E125, E127, E128, E129, E131, E132, E133, E134, E135, E136, E137, E138, E139. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal service agreements or amendments to personal service agreements between the county and Michael Haberman Associates, Lewis K. McLean Associates Engineers and Surveyors, H2M Architects and Engineers, Priority One Security, Lockwood, Kessler and Bartlett, Albrecht, Vigiano, Zurich and Company, Public Financial Management, Inc., SVAM International, Inc., Wolf, Haldenstein, Adler, Freeman, and Hertz. And the second one is with Wolf, Haldenstein, Adler, Freeman, and Hertz, and Calcaterra Pollock, and Devitt Spellman, Barrett, LLP. The motion is made by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. So now all of those contracts are before us. And let's start with A5 of 2020. Which is with shared services. Oops, maybe not.
Good afternoon, William Field from the Police Department. Item A-0520 is a request to authorize and award a blanket purchase order to Choice Distribution Incorporated. They can supply auto accessories, hardware for various Nassau County agencies. The maximum amount authorized under this blanket order and its renewal options is $550,000 from general funds. And that's it.
Okay, just a couple of questions. The county received only one bid on this, and it seems like the automotive industry there'd be more interest in this type of contract. Do you know why it would be just one bid?
I'm not sure why there was only one received. I could find out. Okay. They do supply several. They also not only do they supply some of the actual hardware, they supply electrical items for vehicles, but they also do a hardware inventory management system, which I think was very important as part of the overall package.
Okay. Is there a state contract that the county can use?
I'm not sure about that either. I'd have to get back to you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Inspector. Okay, we'll go to second contract was with A13 of 2020, contract with HVAC, Inc. Now, is this the contract where they finally submitted the forms you were saying before? Yes. Just to indicate for the record that the Inspector General was indicating yes.
Kent Arnold Public Works, A13 is a contract for oil and gas service maintenance and repair. There was 4 bids, and HVAC Inc. was the lowest responsible bidder. The term is for 5 years at $200,000 per year.
Okay, any questions? Hearing, okay. Next contract is A58, 2020. National Waste Services. Is that you too, Ken? Wait, actually, before you start, any change in status with respect to this one? No, okay, I'm going to have a motion to table A58 of 2020 Motion to table by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeRigi-Witten. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. B26 and B27, these are two contracts with H&L Contracting, LLC. Are you still reviewing those two contracts? All righty then. B26 and B27, motion to table. Moved by Legislator DeRigi-Witten, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. Okay. We go on to B29. I'm sorry, we didn't vote on it. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those two items are tabled. Now we're going on to B29 and B30 of 2020. These are both with RJ Industries.
Kent Arnold Public Works, B29 is a construction contract for digested gas handling at both Bay Park and Cedar Creek. The lowest bidder withdrew due to a mathematical error. We had received two bids, including the one that withdrew. RJ was 70% over the engineer's estimate. We evaluated their bid and find it viable. The type of work kind of dictates why their bid was higher. There's a lot of health and safety considerations when you're dealing with the methane system at the plants.
Why don't we just stick with done with B29?
This is B29.
Okay, keep going.
And B30?
Why don't we just have some questions on B29 before you get to B30?
Okay.
The bids were received on December 12th, 2017. Why did it take so long to get this to us?
There were a number of issues. One was the withdrawal of the bid, and then we were waiting for the CM contract to go with it. The CM contract, I think, went through last session or the session before that, so we held processing this contract until the CM contract was resolved, because they both need to go in tandem. And I think that was the major items.
This is almost, I mean, it's almost 3 years. And the lower bid was almost 1.5 million less than the awarded amount. I mean,
yeah, they said that they made a math error of $1 million, and that's why they asked for their bid to be withdrawn. And we reviewed their bid package, and there was an error on their behalf.
All right. Is it once you learn that, is it possible to renegotiate with that low bidder? Because even if they made a mistake of $1 million, they're still $500,000 less than the second bidder.
I'll double check, but I believe that that's not something we can do if there's a error and ask for withdrawal of their bids.
Given the discrepancy, was any consideration given to rescinding the bid and just going out to bid again?
After we did the bid analysis for RJ, and we felt that their bid was viable, and if we would have went out to bid a third time on this contract, this was bid once before, and it was repackaged because the bids came in very high. We didn't feel like there'd be any benefit to go out to the project for a third time.
Did RJ bid on the first initiative?
I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to double check. I would believe they probably did, but I would want to confirm that.
Let me ask you this. This is the digester gas handling system at Cedar Creek. What type of condition is it in now? I mean, I'm trying to gauge the urgency of this contract.
This contract is very urgent. I mean, any gas systems, we did the evaluation a couple of years ago, as you can tell, because of the delay, and we'd like to proceed with doing the remedial repairs for both the sphere and all the ancillary equipment that goes along with those systems. That's one reason why I didn't want to bid it a third time also.
Okay, I understand that, but that has to be weighed against the fact that, I mean, this length of the delay in terms of this coming to us, and the fact that an earlier lower bidder, even with a mathematical mistake, was substantially less. I mean, anyone else have any questions on this contract? No?
Presiding officer?
Yes.
You asked the question I was going to ask
Okay.
regarding rebidding this item because it was so long ago that
Right.
we actually received the bid, and So I don't know, I have a concern about that as well.
Okay. Legislator Reggie Witt.
Hi, Ken. Have they started the work on this?
No, they can't do work until we have a contract
I know,
by this body.
I know that's the right way to do it, but, okay, thank you.
Legislator Rhodes.
Just, Ken, with respect to the operations of the plant currently, is any of this work scheduled to replace something that is not currently functioning?
Any of this work scheduled? I do not believe so, but I have to confirm that if there's any. There's a lot of redundant equipment, so this could be replacing some redundant equipment that's not currently working. But the plant, these systems should be working in totality, but I can double check and get back to you on that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because it sounds as though with the concerns that some of my colleagues have with respect to the bidding process on this particular item, the sentiment may be there to attempt to delay it, but I just want to make sure that the delay is not going to prevent, if there's something not functioning at the plant, is going to prevent us from repairing something that's not functioning.
I know based on the safety review that we did of the sphere, I would not recommend delaying this any further. I'd like to get this project addressed. I mean, we did a testing of the sphere a couple of years ago, and I know it was getting towards a point where we had to get it addressed. I really would not want to delay this any further.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay. Anyone else? Let's just give us a moment. All right. I mean, I think you made the case. I mean, we're concerned about this process and whether the county is actually getting the maximum benefit of the deal here. But we do not want to delay work on a gas digester handling system that's been out to bid twice. And we've been obviously seeking to replace this for several years. So we don't want to delay that any further to potentially jeopardize that crucial operation. So we're gonna, our side's going to vote for it. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Wait, actually we vote later on. Never mind.
B30.
B30. Yep.
Okay. B30 is another construction contract for the rehabilitation of 3 pump stations in the Glen Cove service area. It also includes a force main replacement for the Dock Place pump station. We received 3 bids. MWBE's at 20% for this project.
Any questions on this one? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Next one is B32, 2020. This is another one the IG is reviewing. Maybe you just want to let us know what the status of that is. It helps you. I think our notes indicate you were conducting a preliminary screening.
Yes. Sorry, B3220, this is safety markings. We conducted a preliminary screening regarding this contract. We've actually, we've reviewed this vendor on prior occasions, and we have no reportable results.
Okay. All right, thanks. Let's go ahead then, Ken.
So B32 is a construction contract for safety markings, for pavement markings. Actually, in this case, we received 2 bids, which is good because we had only been receiving single bids prior. So there was a second contract, I believe, out of Westchester that actually bid on this job. Safety markings came in below the engineer's estimate. They're meeting the DBE goal of 3%, and this contract is 80% federally funded.
You think you'll be able to keep that second bidder bidding?
I don't know. We're going to reach out to him and talk to him further.
Yeah, because a single source on this particular thing. That's the way it's been for years, right?
Yeah, it's been, as far as as long as I've been doing this, it's been one person. Once in a while, the second person puts a bid in, but it's usually
Right, but it
safety-wise.
might pay to work with somebody else to encourage them to somehow or another to work to bid on these things.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'm not sure how you do it within the rules, but you might want to develop that second source,
Yeah,
at least one.
I have it on my to-do list. I reach out to the vendor and have a conversation.
Sounds good. Anyone else? Okay, B33, Gemstar. This one, I believe, is another preliminary screening.
Yes.
Why don't you come to the microphone, please?
Yes, my office performed a preliminary screening of this particular contract. We've actually reviewed this vendor before as well, and we have no reportable results.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so B33 is a construction contract for the tank removals at Glen Cove Garage. These are the fueling tanks at the site. They're currently out of service. This is a part of our compliance for the consent order we have at EPA. The bid was below the engineer's estimate. We received 3 bids. All the work is being self-performed. There's really no MWBE on this project.
Okay. Any questions? Nope. Let's go on to the next, which is E127. Oh, this is good to go. It says no reportable results.
Okay, so E127 is a design contract for the rehabilitation of 39 signals on the east side of the Long Beach Island. 8 firms proposed. LKMA was the highest technically ranked proposer. Their prices were slightly higher than the other one, but at our evaluation for quality based, we decided that they would be the best firm to do this project in its time frame. MWB is at 23%, and this is 80% funded by New York State.
Okay, any questions? Okay, so I guess we'll go to the second contract with Lewis McLean.
Yes, so E12820 is a study contract for the signal progressions for Long Beach Road, Lawson Boulevard, and Central Avenue in Valley Stream. We had 5 proposals received. LKMA had the highest technical score and the second lowest cost. The technical review committee selected LKMA to do this work. This is also reimbursed through our IUP-WP program at 80%.
Any questions on this?
And it's 45% MWBE.
Well, that's good. That's good. Next one is E129, 2020 with H2M Architects. Just before we start, Ken, I would ask Jody what the status of EIG's review is.
On this, we also conducted a preliminary screening. We've actually reviewed this vendor several times, and we have no reportable results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so E129 is a design services contract for the Cedar Creek secondary tanks. This contract is looking to rehabilitate these tanks over the next so many years. We had 3 firms proposed. H2M was the highest technically and lowest cost. This is all county funds, and NWB is at 5%.
Okay. Any questions, discussion? Hearing none, okay, we'll move on. I know that URS is not being called, 130 is not being called today, so the next 2 are with Lockwood Kessler, 132 and 133.
Yes, and these are the other 2 contracts that we are currently reviewing.
Okay. So we will have a motion to table those 2, moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those 2 are tabled, 132 and 133. All right, so that concludes the Public Works contracts, I believe, unless you have another one.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Now we'll bring up E125, 2020. That's the contract with Haberman. Miles, before you come up, maybe, Jody, why don't you let us know whether this is one that's cleared?
Yes. It's my understanding, presiding officer, that on E-12520, the missing document was filed with the legislature before today's meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we had a lengthy discussion. The other contract has spilled over into this one, so I don't know if you want to add anything at this time, or we're good.
No, it's similar content.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, I'm sorry, we'll do that later.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Next contract is E-131. It's with Priority 1 Security Services and Department of Parks.
Victoria Queso, Department of Parks. E-131 is agreement with Priority 1 Security Services to provide security services for various special events held by Nassau County Parks. It is for a maximum of $20,000, and we issued an RFP back in March, and 5 proposals were received. All the proposals were evaluated, scored, and ranked, and Priority 1 Services came out on top.
Are these for events where the Nassau County Public Safety officers need supplemental assistance?
Yes, we have a consent award with CSEA to notify public safety of all of our events beforehand, so that they have the chance to get overtime if they need it, and this would be supplementing their efforts.
Okay, so it's for an event that might be larger than they can handle. Is that the general?
Yes, or outside of hours that they have staff available or something like that.
Okay.
Typically, we only need about 2 or 3 guards for each event.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any questions? I think we're good. Next is 134, 2020. It's with Albrecht, Vigiano, and Zurich. I don't know, Jody, have you finished your analysis of this one?
I'm so sorry. Yes, presiding officer, we reviewed this. We did find some undisclosed adverse information, specifically 2 ongoing litigation actions with respect to the vendor, which seem germane to what we're contracting with the vendor for. In other words, it alleges some sort of issue regarding negligence, regarding the subject matter that we're contracting. It's my understanding that we reached out to the Treasurer's Office, but I don't believe we ever received additional information.
Hi, I'm Lisa Anella from the Treasurer's Office. Lisa Anella. I actually have an email from Francine Santos that the vendor only needs to disclose if they are convicted, and since both suits are ongoing, no disclosure is necessary at this time.
Francine Santos works for me. I had directed her to speak with Robert Cleary. She must have gotten that information after I spoke with her. So at this point, we are good to go. Thank you.
I mean, on the other hand, we have, although it didn't need to be disclosed, now that we're aware of these 2 earlier lawsuits or 2 ongoing lawsuits involving similar services that they'll be providing to the county, does the department want to reconsider?
One of the lawsuits is for auditing, and we are using them on a financial statement basis. In addition, we've been using them. This is an amendment to an extension of an existing contract that we've been using them for 3 years with 6 years actually, with no issues whatsoever.
Even if it was auditing, that's different than what the services they were providing for the county. There are allegations of accounting negligence and malpractice. Does that give the department any pause?
We had no issues with it. We also were able to find one of the lawsuits, and I do have the paperwork that for the pending lawsuit that exists with Luther Appliance versus ABZ.
Anyone else have any questions on this? No?
I don't have questions, but I knowing what we know now, I don't have a real good feeling about moving forward with them. How recent were these lawsuits filed?
One of them is, it's currently pending as of August 25th, 2020. It was filed with the New York County Clerk's Office.
August 25th, 2020 was
Correct.
filed.
And the other lawsuit we were not able to find. It is with the Village of Freeport.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might want to have a little bit more
Yeah.
due diligence on our part with respect to this, especially it involves Treasurer's Office and this function relating to accounting. It's just, I think we need additional due diligence on our part.
Jody, in like a more broader sense, remember when we had the question with Chesterfield when we asked if they had ever been in a lawsuit with the municipality, and they said no because they settled. You know, this kind of falls under that question. Maybe the backup should say, have you ever been sued, or are you being sued? I mean, I almost think being sued and having it be current is almost more important than past.
If you're, legislator, if you're suggesting that our forms need to be tightened up, I couldn't agree more with you. I think you're absolutely right on that, and I think that we're going to be working with the county to kind of assist them in that.
Well, I think we should try to push that as quickly as possible, because I know, we talked about this about 6 months ago. I just think it would be a good.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, legislator. Actually, we have recommended changes to our forms, and it's my understanding that initiative is moving forward in the administration, but we have not at this point seen a new version of our forms.
Do you know if the same people that are currently working for the county under the prior contract are the same ones involved with the lawsuits that are pending now?
I don't think I have that answer for you. I'd have to check with my team, but I'm not certain they drilled down to that.
And did I hear, was one of the charges fraud? Is that one of the charges?
It's actually malpractice. Yes, it's.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Alleged accounting malpractice and negligence. Sorry. What she said.
What was? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Alleging malpractice. It says accounting malpractice and fraud.
And fraud? It was fraud. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Motion to table by legislator
I'll second, or I'll.
Reggie Whitten, seconded by legislator Rhodes. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. The item is tabled. Next item is a contract with PFM, it's E-135. Jody, do you have any comments on this?
E-135, actually, we did a preliminary screening and there was no reportable results.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chris Nolan, Office of Management and Budget. Item E-13520 is an amendment with Public Financial Management, or PFM Financial Advisors. Sorry. It is a late contract, a late amendment. The services were provided through, or the contract amendment was through January of 2019. There is a delay memo included in the package, but I'll just talk to the contract summary. PFM was contracted to provide financial advisory services to the county in connection with the county's efforts to secure a new partnership for an operator to improve or expand the existing district energy system located near the Coliseum and the Nassau Hub. Again, the agreement commenced on January 20th of 2015. It provided for, was to terminate on January 19th of 2018 with the option of a one-year renewal, which we tried to extend this for. And the total amount of consideration was for $500,000. The services provided through the term of this are far below it. Was within the term of the services that we'd intended under the original contract with the amendment period. So I don't know if you have any questions beyond what's in the memo.
Have these services already been provided?
Yes, they were provided in 2018.
Okay, so this is the work for that the county owes just under $80,000?
That's correct.
And this relates to the generation of energy over near the Coliseum and near the Nassau Community College?
Yes, sir. It provides thermal energy in the form of hot and chilled water to the Coliseum, to the Marriott Hotel, the college, the museums, and then steam across the park to NUMC and through to the correctional center as well.
So why was the delay? What was the reason for the delay?
So there were a few other similarly routed amendments that did not increase the cost or extend the period of performance beyond the available renewal options. I think it just got caught up in that process. You should have seen it, and it just hasn't gotten back to you. It was not included in those that were resubmitted for your consideration at that time.
Okay. Any questions? No? I guess we're good.
Thank you.
E-136, contract with Information Technology and SBAM.
And this is a preliminary screening as well with no reportable results. I think we're going to add something on our form to make sure that this is clear.
Okay.
But there's no reportable results.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. Nancy Stanton, IT, E-13620, SPAM International, Inc. This amendment is to increase funds by $1.5 million. The contract term is from November 16, 2015 to November 15, 2020. We currently use this vendor for supplemental staffing, PeopleSoft project, cash bail system, parks application, and this vendor is a minority-owned vendor.
You mentioned the cash bail system.
Yeah, we're rewriting a cash bail system for the Treasurer's Department.
Have you had to increase resources into, does that relate to the criminal justice reform or no? Is this something different? Okay. All right, any other questions?
I have a question.
Shoot, go ahead.
Just curious, this is like, I think, like the Fifth Amendment. Do you think this is going to be the final amendment for this contract?
Yes, we did put out an RFP for next year, and we should be bringing that back to you sometime in December.
Okay, so a new one starting.
Yes, a new one.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions? Nope. All right, the last contracts with the county attorney's office. Let's do E-139 first. Is anyone here from the county attorney's office?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Chief Deputy County Attorney Jessica Molinaris here on item number E-139. I also have my colleague Errol Williams, Deputy County Attorney with contracts and municipal transactions. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, what you just said was a little bit unclear, so could you just repeat that, please?
I apologize. Good afternoon. Chief Deputy County Attorney Jessica Molinaris. I am also here with my colleague, Errol Williams, Deputy County Attorney with the Municipal Transactions Group, and we are here on item E-139 to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I guess one of the questions I have Is this a new action? By
I'm sorry,
Is this a new action or a continuation?
This is I apologize. This is Errol Williams. I didn't hear your question.
Okay. The question I had is this a new action or is this a continuation of an action that's been going on for some time?
This is an action that has been going on since 2014. It's a complaint, a HUD administrative complaint against the county, and it alleges that the county discriminated in awarding HUD funds and in selling county property.
We had resolved, I think, an action last year or earlier this year, and I thought it related to the same circumstances, but obviously not.
No, it does relate to the same circumstances. We did settle the federal action. The plaintiffs in this action continued this action, which is the HUD administrative complaint. So they were joined. We settled the federal civil complaint, and now this one action remains.
Just in general, what is the status of this action? Is it?
Well, it's still being investigated by HUD. We've had settlement negotiations. The complainants have dropped out of those negotiations. We resumed prior to the pandemic, and when New York State closed down, those were left in abeyance. So where it stands, it's still being investigated by HUD.
Okay, all right, thank you. And anyone else have any questions on this one? None. Okay, we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last two contracts with the county attorney's office, we're going to be asking some questions in public, and it's probably going to require an executive session. So in order to clear the room for people who are waiting to hear what happens with their contracts, I'm going to call for a vote on all that we've called thus far, which includes A5, A13, B29, B30, B32, B33, E127, E128, E129, E125, E131, E135, E136, E139. Obviously, that does not include the contracts that have been tabled before. But anyway, with respect to those contracts, any debated discussion, further debated discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. So it passes unanimously. So now I'm going to call the last two contracts before us, E137 and E138. And this is, again, is the county attorney's office.
Good afternoon. For the county attorney's office, Chief Deputy County Attorney Jessica Molinares. I also have my colleague, Laurel Kretzing, Chief of the Litigation Bureau. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
But the problem with this one is there are a number of questions that are going to be asked, and trying to do this remotely is going to be very difficult. Legislator Rhodes.
Good afternoon. Just a couple of prefatory questions, and I'm not sure if anyone's here from the administration. Katie, if you want to pick up on this. It's our understanding from the material that work actually began under these contracts in January of this year. Is that correct?
I'm going to defer to the county attorney's office on this. I'm not very familiar with these contracts.
Okay. Anyone from the county attorney's office? Well, don't stray, Katie. There's going to be a follow-up.
I apologize, legislator. I could not hear that question clearly.
Sure. My understanding is that the work under these contracts actually commenced. A notice of appearance actually was filed, at least in the case of Wolf, I want to get the name of the firm correct, Wolf, Haydenstein, Adler, Freeman, and Hertz, that they actually filed a notice of appearance in the underlying case back in January of 2020. Here we are in October. Right, did the work commence in January of 2020?
So, legislator, this matter actually commenced in, I believe, April of 2019.
No,
At
I'm not
that
talking
time,
about.
the county attorney's office did file a motion to dismiss. However, the motion was not decided until the end, I believe, January 27th or 29th of 2020. At that time, the court denied our motion and scheduled an expedited trial date and discovery, which is when we then required the assistance of special counsel in light of the expedited schedule.
Special counsel came into the case in January of 2020, correct?
Correct. I believe it was right at the tail end, approximately the 29th or so.
And obviously, Ms. Horst, as you're aware, the legislature has been intensely interested in the assessment process. Is there a reason why, even though work commenced under this contract that's before us in October, back in January, why we're seeing it 10 months later?
Katie Horst from the administration. Again, I'm going to defer to the county attorney's office. We, as an administration, we process the contracts as quickly as we can get them. So this was brought to us at the end of September and put before you at the earliest date.
Okay, we'll turn to the county attorney's office then. The buck is officially being passed. So now, why is it that work started in January and you're asking us for permission to hire this law firm 10 months later?
Yes, legislature. What happened was that the work did commence initially, again, due to the expedited schedule. Immediately, work began on the contract, including the proposed budget, as well as the necessary vendor portal requirements. However, there was a delay also due to the COVID crisis that obviously hit shortly thereafter. And there was some additional delays just with the full completion of the vendor portal requirements. Once that was absolutely completed, this was then immediately filed thereafter. There is a delay memo with the resolution package.
If I can simply ask the follow-up question then, Ms. Horst. Was there any notification to the legislature that that this particular firm had been retained?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And what was the reason for that?
I mean, I can only speak from my perspective. It's because I didn't know that they had been retained. That's not to say that there haven't been conversations with counsel regarding their hires, but I'm just not aware.
I'm just concerned. I'm concerned about the fact that we are now at apparently the conclusion of that litigation. Is that not correct?
If I may.
Sure.
Legislator, there have been significant substantive developments in this matter, as most recently as this morning, which we can absolutely discuss at your disposal in executive session or with legislative counsel.
My concern is that obviously this is an item that's of great interest to the general public. And obviously, portions of our conversation are going to have to be in executive session when it speaks with regard to strategy. But in terms of information that's being provided, I think the public needs to hear some of the issues that have been raised in this particular case. Would the administration not agree?
I think anything that is open, that is allowed to be discussed in the public, should be discussed in a public forum, yes.
So now, is it the intention, now that the contract is finally before us, is it the intention of the administration, if there is in fact a settlement in that particular case, to bring the terms of the settlement to the county legislature for consideration?
If If I may, legislator.
Well, why don't we allow Ms. Horst to answer the question first, and then if you have something to add, you certainly can.
I'm going to defer to Jessica to answer this.
Okay.
Again, legislator, there have been some substantive developments. However, I think in response to your question, if the matter were to settle, the terms would likely not require, although we're absolutely available to discuss settlement terms as needed, but would not require legislative approval.
Well, one of the questions that I wanted to raise then specifically is with respect to, and incidentally, the items that have actually been filed in court are matters of public record, are they not?
Yes, legislator. And what I should have added to my last comment was, if the terms of the settlement required legislative approval, I would of course bring it before the legislature.
Now, we had actually contacted the county executive's office to obtain a copy of the settlement agreement that was being submitted to the court. We were told that a settlement had not yet been reached, that negotiations were ongoing. However, going on to e-courts, we were able to uncover the memorandum of law in support of plaintiff's application for attorney's fees. And as of about noon today, we were able to obtain a copy of the signed settlement agreement signed by both parties that apparently has been submitted to the court, presumably for a consent order. And we've also received a copy of a letter apparently from our council, from the county's council, assuming that we approve the contract, from the county's council, I guess petitioning the court to revisit their denial of the consent order. Is there a reason why that information wasn't presented to the legislature earlier?
Again, legislator, there have been significant updates in the matter. Most recently, even as of this morning, I believe that the specifics would probably best discuss in executive session.
Well, my point is that the information that's contained on here, we pulled off of New York State's e-courts website that any member of the public would be able to access. So discussing what's actually contained in the settlement agreement and discussing what's contained in the papers before the court certainly is something that can be done outside of executive session, wouldn't you think? Since any member of the public can log on to this particular case in e-courts and can read those documents themselves.
There are legislator, however, there are just some additional information and details regarding the correspondence to the court and the status of those discussions to the court that are not public record at this time and may help the legislature understand the current status.
Okay. Can you explain why in the, I've been here for 5.5 years at this point. I don't personally recall a situation where a settlement of a lawsuit did not include a resolution to the issue of attorney's fees. Is there a particular reason why this settlement did not include attorney's fees as part of the settlement?
This was brought as a hybrid Article 78 proceeding as well as a class action suit, and the class action status could possibly class action plaintiffs could potentially be awarded attorney's fees if deemed appropriate by the court.
So why was the issue not resolved as part of the settlement agreement with respect to these particular 4 plaintiffs?
I'm sorry, legislator, may you repeat that, please?
Sure. So then why was the issue of settlement fees, why was the issue of attorney's fees not negotiated as part of the settlement as to these particular four plaintiffs?
Because, legislator, the county is adamant in their vigorous defense of this matter, which includes attorney's fees, and we do intend on opposing that application vigorously.
So why not just make it part of the settlement?
Well, that was a point of discord, legislator, in that the county will not agree. The county views this litigation as without merit. We hold fast in the position that the attorney's fees, that the plaintiff's counsels are not entitled to attorney's fees in this matter. We fully intend to oppose that application fully and vigorously.
Part of my concern is, by the way, as part of the settlement agreement that's been executed now by the parties that is waiting for the court to sign off, is there any direct payment to any of the parties, or is all of the relief that is granted to the plaintiffs themselves an adjustment with respect to their 2020, 2021 taxes?
I'm sorry, was there any payment? Is that what you said?
In
I
other words,
apologize.
separate and apart from attorney's fees, is there any portion of the settlement of this particular litigation that results in a direct payment to the plaintiffs?
My understanding is no. Again, we could discuss any further details in executive session.
Okay.
My understanding is this settlement does not result in any cost to the county.
My concern is that by the administration entering into an agreement of the type listed in the settlement agreement in the Berliner case, that it can avoid legislative review of any portion of the settlement, since there is no direct payment to the plaintiffs, and since if the attorney's fees are an item with respect to judgment, there is no legislative action required or review required in order to pay the judgment. Is that your understanding?
There was no avoidance, legislator. What was done was we were faced with a litigation challenging the fairness and accuracy of the reassessment. We have vigorously opposed that and have successfully negotiated, at least to date, pending court approval, a settlement where the plaintiffs affirm the accuracy and fairness of that reassessment.
Well, just taking a look at the, is it not correct that they affirm that because you've made the decision to lower their values?
No, legislator.
So now, as a result of the terms of the settlement agreement, there is no adjustment made to the 2020, 2021 assessment with respect to the four plaintiffs?
No, but I will defer to my litigation chief, Laurel Kretzing, as she's more familiar with the substantive terms.
Yes, legislature, if I could add, a feature of the proposed settlement agreement requires severs the individual claims of the individual plaintiffs. So, for example, if they bring in Article 7 proceeding to challenge their assessment directly, as they should have in the first place, then in the event that that Article 7 is resolved and it's of the amount that would require legislative approval, it would then be presented. But the key here was to eliminate the class action elements of this case as quickly and as expeditiously as possible.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the class was identified as every Class 1 property in the county of Nassau. In other words, just under 400,000 residential property owners would be considered to be part of this class, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so
that's what the court held, yes.
And so as part of this, and that would continue with respect to, we asked this question earlier and we were able to get in contact with the county clerk's office that was able to provide that information. That would specifically involve 133,000 individuals who have filed SCAR petitions for whom their challenge to the 2020-2021 roll is still ongoing, correct?
Correct. The class included all taxpayers, so it would also include all petitioners in SCAR.
So for the SCAR petitioners, the 133,000, their petition is still ongoing, yet the county is actively undertaking efforts to decertify them in the midst of that process as part of the class with respect to this lawsuit. Am I correct?
No, that's absolutely incorrect. The plaintiffs moved to certify the class. The court had granted plaintiffs' motion for class certification. An element of this settlement requires the court to decertify the class, to say there is no class.
Right.
And I also add that we've appealed from each and every order of the court, particularly with respect to the class certification.
Well, let me try and break it down just a little bit, because maybe there's a bit of a miscommunication. As of right now, the 133,000 individuals who have, homeowners who have SCAR petitions that are pending are currently part of the class in this lawsuit, correct?
That's what the court held, yes.
Okay. And if the settlement agreement is ordered by the court, they will no longer be part of that class. The class
That's correct. They'll be free to proceed with their individual attorneys and individual cases.
So the 133,000 SCAR petitioners for whom this process is still ongoing as a result of the settlement that the county has negotiated will be decertified from the class as soon as, if the court signs the consent order.
That's correct, and they can proceed with their individual claims.
Now, taking a look at the agreement itself, I know you mentioned that the parties are agreeing that the reassessment is fair, accurate, and reasonable in all respects and fully satisfies Nassau County's obligations under the law, right?
That's correct.
Part of the settlement agreement. It does so, yes, though, after acknowledging that defendants, the county, will revise the county's assessment website and any mailed disclosures by specifically eliminating the calculation ladders or ladder reports by including on the assessment website plain English narratives and hyperlinks as set forth in an attached exhibit. In other words, even though the petitioners in the county are agreeing that the assessment is fair, part of this settlement requires that the county stop using the ladder reports, which the county assessor explained to homeowners were how residents' values were calculated for that 2020-2021 roll. Is that not correct?
That's what it says in the proposed settlement agreement, and that's we regard that as simply a refinement of things that the Department of Assessment would have done anyway.
With all due respect, it's more than a refinement, because we went and told every homeowner in Nassau County that they should use the ladder reports as the basis for their challenge, because it demonstrated to them how we reached the value of our assessment on their home. And so now, as a result of this agreement, you're acknowledging that those ladder reports were essentially useless. So every homeowner's challenge to their taxes that's based on the ladder report as a means to understand how we reached the number that we reached, we're acknowledging that those numbers are incorrect. Are we not?
No, we're not acknowledging that at all. This is a going forward settlement. It's a perspective looking to the future as to how things will be explained in the future. It has nothing to do with the past assessment rule.
One of the specific challenges brought up in this lawsuit, well, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the 2020-2021 assessment roll that was being challenged by these 4 homeowners, correct?
Yes.
So the 2020-2021 roll and the accuracy of that roll was an issue in this litigation, correct?
Oh, yes.
So even though as a condition of the settlement, you're acknowledging, the parties are somehow acknowledging that the assessment is fair and accurate and reasonable in all respects, you're acknowledging that the latter reports that form the basis of that roll are no longer going to be used.
If I may, legislator, they're being supplemented. What was specifically an issue by the plaintiffs was that the latter reports to them were confusing. And they felt that, and if you'll see that the same paragraph cites to the extent that the assessment website will be supplemented with plain English narratives and hyperlinks. And that was negotiated and discussed, the point being that this information would be more, quote unquote, user friendly and allow for more easy access for the public and a bit more of an to allow it to be more easily understood.
So the county is acknowledging that the calculation ladders and ladder reports were confusing and in some cases inaccurate.
We're not acknowledging that they were confusing or inaccurate. However, plaintiffs focused heavily on the ability to have an easier understanding of the information.
So in exchange for whatever resolution there is on behalf of these 4 individuals, they're also representing a class, including the 133,000 individuals that are still actively in the process of challenging their assessment through the SCAR process. Correct?
I didn't follow that.
Neither did I.
Sure. The four plaintiffs in this case are not only plaintiffs in their own behalf, they actually represent a class of individuals which now includes 133,000 people that are still actively involved in the process of challenging their 2020-2021 roll. Right?
Yes, per the court certification.
Okay. And so in exchange for resolving the issue on with respect to these 4 individual properties, the 133,000 that are also part of that class are essentially being decertified, while at the same time we're acknowledging that the latter reports were confusing.
The class is being decertified. We don't acknowledge that any wrongdoing or any confusion. We've agreed that we'll enhance the website, and that's
you've agreed that
really the extent of the settlement.
You've agreed that you're going to stop using the ladder reports, right? The fact that the ladder reports were confusing, or the allegation that the ladder reports were confusing, was one of the basis of the lawsuit. That homeowners didn't have a fair opportunity to be able to understand how the department calculated their values because the information contained in the ladder report was either inaccurate or confusing. And essentially we've said, okay, we're going to stop using it. Right? Do I misunderstand that provision?
It wasn't an accuracy. It was more a focus on that it was somewhat confusing, and in an effort to enhance public understanding of the process, it came to these terms.
And in the same way, it indicates defendants will make public all of the approximately 180 independent variables or predicators that were used in the computer-assisted mass appraisal modeling and the reassessment, and the coefficients or multipliers for those variables in each market area, including the neighborhood coefficients. So the neighborhood factors and all of the 180 independent variables that went into calculating home values we're acknowledging as a result of this settlement were also confusing and often inaccurate. Is that not correct?
No.
What other conclusion can members of the public draw when we say that we're going to now explain and disclose those 180 variables so that the public can understand what they are? Is that not an acknowledgement that the way it was done was confusing?
No, it's not an acknowledgement of past wrongdoing or past failure to explain things properly. It's an outgrowth of this lawsuit that this is specific information that these plaintiffs wanted disclosed to the public. There's no reason for us not to disclose it. So as part of this settlement, we've agreed to do that.
So the question perhaps not for you, but the question perhaps for the assessor's office is, and for the 133,000 people that are still in the SCAR process is why was it not done in the first instance? Why did it take a lawsuit brought on behalf of these 4 individuals to force the Department of Assessment to do something which we're sitting here right now, we acknowledge should have been done all along? And why, under those circumstances, would we take steps to decertify a class when these 133,000 individuals have an opportunity still to participate as part of that class and seek relief from the court, separate and apart from the SCAR process?
It's not that this information was not disclosed. It's that this information is going to be more readily available. It's actually we're going to provide a narrative on the assessment website explaining, again, quote unquote, in plain English, how the modeling was accomplished with these numerous factors.
Well, I'm just going to wrap up because I know there's some items that we're going to have to cover in executive session. But can you, has the court indicated, it seems as though the court's reluctance to sign the consent order is a reflection of the same concerns that I'm expressing now. That you have an issue with respect to the 2020-21 roll that's being resolved as part of this case, which is being acknowledged as part of the settlement agreement, yet we're taking steps to decertify and essentially preclude 133,000 individuals from making use of this process.
My understanding that the court's reluctance had nothing to do with the decertification process at all.
Did it have to do with the acknowledgement that the county's assessment is fair, accurate, and reasonable in all respects, despite the fact that we're essentially acknowledging that we've had a confusing and often erroneous process? That we're now agreeing to change by not using ladder reports and by disclosing information that wasn't previously disclosed?
Again, legislator, I think now this is information relating directly to conversations with the court that would be best discussed in executive session.
All right, we'll see if there's any additional information that we can get in executive session that, quite frankly, I mean, the public should know about it.
I wanted to follow up with some questions with respect to the defense of the Hall case. Could you explain to me the arrangement now with the Wolf Holdenstein firm and Calcaterra Pollock? What is happening with this item with respect to those two firms?
Yes, legislator. Initially, the Hall matter was contracted with the firm of Wolf Holdenstein. The handling attorney left the firm, and all parties agreed that she would continue handling the litigation, and therefore you have the assignment before you today.
She was the handling attorney. What do you mean by that? What did she do in terms of handling this case?
The handling attorney responsible for the the preparatory work, the drafting of the motion to dismiss that's currently pending, the interview, the background, initial discovery, assessment, evaluation.
I'm having difficulty understanding why you would transfer it. If you had a firm, obviously the same firm that you had with respect to the Berliner case, and this individual leaves that firm and the case goes with her. I mean, I understand that happens with respect to private clients, but I wasn't aware the county did that.
Again, it was on the agreement of all parties, based on the efficiencies, with the amount of time and effort related to this motion to dismiss that remains pending, the amount of preparation that's required, and the familiarity and the expertise now with this subject area. It would be actually more, it actually would not only make sense, but would also be cost efficient, rather to have this attorney with this knowledge proceed with the litigation.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that is a little concerning is that the submissions to us appear to be incomplete because we don't see any political disclosure form with respect to Calcaterra Pollock. Is that, do you know why that is?
I'm sorry, legislator, you cut off? I apologize.
Jessica, I can handle that. It was mistakenly left out of the packet. It was filed with the clerk of the clerk's office this morning, the political contribution form.
It was, okay. All right. Thanks. Anyone else have any questions before we go into an executive session? Legislator Rhodes?
Did the Wolf firm indicate that they did not want to handle this particular action?
Which action, legislator?
The action before us right now. The whole action.
No, they did feel it would be best, again, for the reasons stated just a short while ago, that the matter continue with the handling attorney who was leaving their firm.
I thought the firm was chosen because of their unique expertise in the area. Is that not accurate?
Yes, and that is also why they were chosen for the Berliner matter as well.
Since they're already working on an issue with respect to the same role, would it not have made sense to keep it with the same firm?
Well, the whole matter predated the Berliner matter, legislator. And again, just given the amount of preparation and the amount of time and resources and information related to the motion to dismiss on the Hall matter, which predated the Berliner matter, all parties agreed that it would just make sense. It would be most efficient to have the same attorney continue handling that matter.
Okay.
Jessica, if I could just add one thing.
Yes.
The Hall matter does not relate to this 2021 roll. It relates to the prior, what's been referred to as the frozen roll.
Right. We're focusing on the litigation. Is it accurate that Ms. Calcaterra handled the depositions in the Hall case?
There have been no depositions yet. She interviewed all the people with knowledge and then moved to dismiss. So that motion is pending.
So that was her motion. She made that motion.
Yeah, she made the motion to dismiss, and we're waiting for a decision.
All right. Any other questions? Legislator DeRiggi Whitten.
Thank you, Rick. Can you just explain Section 2 where it says that the county assessment website and mail disclosures will eliminate the calculation ladder or ladder report? So what does that mean exactly? They're taking that reference out? So how are homeowners supposed to know where the evaluation came from?
The settlement agreement has an Exhibit B that's annexed to it, which explains it's in a narrative form how assessments are developed.
So is that actually still going to include the ladder report, though?
I think it is not, correct?
Oh, I don't believe so. Instead, it's being supplement. Instead, we're providing more of a plain English explanation of the information.
But it's still going to be the ladder report. And just to note, I don't have Exhibit A or B here, but I just got this a few minutes ago. So it's going to explain the ladder report in a clear way, but it will still be the ladder report that determines the value of the homes. Is that correct?
I don't believe that's a fair and accurate statement, legislator.
Okay, so you tell me.
With your permission, I mean, I just don't want to misspeak with respect to the scope and the extent of the latter report. I could review that and have that information for you at executive session.
Okay.
Howard? Oh, me. Okay. I would recognize myself. My understanding is that the latter report itself is going to be, the use of the latter report is going to be discontinued entirely. That they'll use some alternative method of explaining how they calculated their values, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. My understanding is that the latter report itself, as a condition of this settlement, the use of the latter report is going to be discontinued in its entirety, that they will use some alternative method to explain how they reach the calculation of an individual homeowner's values going forward. Do you know the answer to that?
I want to confirm that. I don't want to misspeak, legislator, because I thought that it was the information in the latter report would still be used. I think there might be an understanding. We can have this information if you give us an opportunity to confirm for the executive session.
Okay, not a problem. And the last question that I have for you, and perhaps this is also something that we have to cover in executive session, is that the first cause of action in the complaint against the county is that the violation of federal and procedural due process, the federal due process was violated because the county's reassessment methodology deprived taxpayers a meaningful opportunity to challenge the applicability and constitutionality of the reassessment. In other words, the information that we provided to homeowners was so confusing that we essentially denied them the ability to challenge not just the value, but how we got to the value. As a condition of this settlement, aren't we effectively taking away homeowners' opportunity to be able to challenge the applicability and constitutionality of the reassessment in that manner? Because by participating in the SCAR process, they still have to base their arguments on the same latter report and the same information that we're acknowledging is confusing. And inaccurate.
That's really not the state of what a SCAR process does. The homeowner is able to challenge their values based on whatever evidence they want to submit to the SCAR hearing officer. It's really, the latter report was designed to explain something, not substitute for the valuation.
No. Completely understand.
We're not.
But
The due process rights are preserved because they can proceed to challenge through SCAR and Article 7 proceeding.
And again, there's no acknowledgement that it's confusing, like we've explained previously. They asked for additional information, which which we absolutely are willing to provide them with.
Well, you're acknowledging that you're not using the latter report.
I actually, respectfully, legislator, we just wanted to confirm, because I do think that perhaps with the discussion, there was just a misunderstanding as to the use of the latter reports going forward, such as the information contained in them.
The point is that 400,000 homeowners were told that they could use the latter report as a basis for understanding how the county reached the value that it reached in determining their assessment. We're now discontinuing the use of the latter report, and we're decertifying them as a case, from the class, taking away, through this vehicle, their ability to pursue, to challenge the applicability and constitutionality of the reassessment through this process. Through the SCAR hearings, they're going to be stuck with the same arguments and the same understanding of the county's calculation of its value that they had way back in the start of the process. In other words, through the use of a latter report that we're now acknowledging didn't explain clearly how it was that the county reached its values. My question is, and it's really not a question for you to answer, but it's really a question for the administration to answer, how is that fair? How is that fair to the 133,000 homeowners that are still going through this process? And I apologize for asking the questions in this forum, but it appears as though, based on how this case is being handled, that this is the only opportunity that the county legislature is going to have to voice its concerns over the issues that are being raised in this case. Because I don't know whether it was structured that way intentionally or not, but it'll never come back to us. So I would appreciate an answer from the administration with respect to that. And I know it's probably not something that we can get today, and it's certainly not something that should come from anyone from the county attorney's office, but it's something that the administration should answer. How is cutting off the right for 133,000 homeowners to be a part of this class somehow to their benefit? So, somewhat of a rhetorical question, but I thank you, and I guess we'll deal with the rest of this in executive session. And
I guess, okay. Legislator Rhodes moves to go into, to move into executive session. I'm not sure how we're setting this up here. Okay, we've got it there? Okay. All right, and I guess that's, I'll second that. All those in favor of going into executive session, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? We're going to executive session.
I hear you. See you. Good, how are you? Like it hasn't been long already? Yeah. Where's everybody? I thought we were done with our executive session. I was just in there, but they finished. Oh. All right, well, whatever. I hung up. Yeah, figured we were ready to go. Maybe I have to go back in. All right, goodbye.
We're out of executive session. We've had some discussions. We had a brief executive session with the county's attorneys, and we are going to table these two contracts for the time being. Obviously we have a concern that attorneys will do the work, get paid for the work, but we also, on balance, we want to make sure that we have all the information that we need to make sure that our residents are protected and that there's not a negative, there are not negative ramifications for our residents. So we plan to table this. Will not be indefinite. We will at some point call this to make sure that we approve the contract at some point. Anyway, motion to table. Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Motion to adjourn. Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator DeRizzi Whitten. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. We're adjourned. Thank you.